Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog rolled off the Thames like a breath held too long, finally released. It curled around the Gothic arches of Blackfriars Bridge with the patient intimacy of something that had always belonged there, drifting through the iron and stone as if the bridge itself were exhaling the river's dreams. The water below moved in dark, sluggish ribbons, catching fragments of gaslight from the embankment, each ripple holding a moment of amber warmth before surrendering it back to shadow. The air tasted of coal smoke and river damp, that particular flavour of London in autumn, when the city wraps itself in mist and pretends to be mysterious, though it hardly needs to pretend. It was October of 1895, and the city had begun its slow transformation from the glittering confidence of high, Victorian noon into something softer, more uncertain. The bridge stood as it had for decades, a monument to engineering and faith, its 5 arches spanning the Thames with the quiet assurance of permanence. Beneath those arches, where the river lapped against moss-slicked stone and the bridge's shadow made a cathedral of darkness, the forgotten people of London found shelter. A man might sleep there, if sleep was all he had, cushioned by newspaper, and wrapped in whatever charity or theft had provided. But this particular man had been sleeping for 3 days. The discovery came at dawn, when the light crept sideways across the water, tentative and grey. A constable making his rounds had noticed him on the first morning, a bundle of rags and stillness tucked against the eastern pier, where the arch met the embankment. Nothing unusual in that. London's bridges birthed sleepers the way gardens birthed weeds, and a policeman learned early to distinguish between the drunk, the desperate, and the dead. On the second morning, the constable noticed the man hadn't moved. Same position, same peaceful arrangement of limbs, as if he'd been placed there by careful hands. The officer had nudged him with his boot, gently at first, then with more insistence. Nothing. But the chest rose and fell with the steady rhythm of deep sleep, and the face held none of death's grey pallor. Just sleeping. By the third morning, when the fog rolled thick and the bridge seemed to float above the river like a fever dream, 3 constables stood in a half-circle around the sleeping man, their expressions caught between confusion and unease. One had brought a doctor, a harried gentleman with spectacles that caught the weak light, and a manner that suggested he'd been roused from his own bed with insufficient warning or coffee. The doctor knelt, his knees protesting against the damp stone. He placed fingers against the man's neck, feeling for the pulse. I found it steady and strong, lifted an eyelid with professional efficiency, pupils responsive, if sluggish. Listen to the chest, the heart beating its reliable drum. Everything, by all medical accounting, is perfectly normal, except for the small matter of 72 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Laudanum, suggested the youngest constable, his voice carrying the hopeful note of someone who wanted a simple answer. The doctor shook his head slowly. No scent of it. No signs of injury. No fever. No... He paused, searching for the word that would make this make sense. Nothing. He's simply asleep. Profoundly so. 3 days, doctor, the senior constable said, his moustache twitching with suppressed irritation. A man doesn't sleep 3 days without reason. Even the dead drunks wake to vomit. I am aware of what men do and don't do, Constable Fletcher, the doctor replied, his tone carrying the dry weight of too many years observing humanity's failings. I am telling you what I observe, not what I understand. There's a distinction, and at the moment it's a rather wide one. The sleeping man lay on his side, knees drawn slightly toward his chest, one hand tucked beneath his cheek like a child. His clothing marked him as neither wealthy nor destitute. A working man, perhaps, fallen on uncertain times. The coat was worn, but had once been good. The boots, though scuffed, still had their soles. His face held a curious peace, the kind that shouldn't exist beneath a bridge where the river muttered constant commentary, and the traffic above rattled the stones every few minutes. He was perhaps 40, with dark hair going grey at the temples, and a face that might have been handsome if it weren't so unnaturally still. No beard, though, 3 days of stubble now shadowed his jaw. Clean hands, the nails trimmed, details that separated him from the usual inhabitants of the bridge's underbelly. "We should move him," Fletcher decided, straightening to his full height. "Hospital, asylum, somewhere with walls and answers." But as two constables bent to lift him, the senior officer held up a hand. Wait. He'd spotted something, a detail half hidden by the man's body. What's that beneath him? They shifted the sleeper gently, carefully, as if handling something holy or explosive. Beneath where his hand had rested, pressed against the stone, were marks. Scratches, really, made with something sharp, perhaps a nail, perhaps a piece of broken glass. Not random, though, deliberate. Symbols of some kind, worn smooth in places as if the hand had traced them over and over. The doctor adjusted his spectacles, leaning close. "Is that writing?" "If it is, it's no English I've ever seen," Fletcher muttered. The symbols curved and wedged against each other, angular and strange, like tiny houses built of lines and triangles. They covered an area about the size of a dinner plate, each mark precise despite the crude tool that must have made them. "Right," Fletcher said, making a decision. "We take him, and we take this." He gestured to the symbols. "Someone who knows something about something. This is beyond our scope, gentlemen, and I'm not ashamed to say it." What Fletcher didn't say, what none of them said but all of them felt, was the peculiar quality of the air beneath that arch. The way the fog seemed thicker there, more reluctant to move. The way sounds from the river felt muffled and strange. The way the sleeping man's peace felt less like rest and more like waiting. They fashioned a stretcher from coats and constables' arms, lifting him with the careful reverence usually reserved for the injured or the holy. He didn't wake, didn't stir. The sleep held him like amber holds ancient insects, perfectly preserved, perfectly still. As they carried him up to street level, where a police wagon waited with its patient horse and impatient driver, the sun finally broke through the fog in thin golden threads. The light caught the Thames and turned it briefly beautiful, the way London sometimes revealed its better nature when you weren't quite looking. The bridge cast its shadow across the water, 5 dark arches reflected and repeated, and somewhere in that geometry of stone and light and river, something old breathed quietly in its sleep. The wagon rattled north towards Scotland Yard, where men with notebooks and procedures would attempt to catalogue mystery into manageable columns. The symbols beneath the arch remained, already fading as the tide rose and the river reached higher along the stones, patient and persistent in its erasure. But someone had already taken note. A tall figure in a long coat standing at the bridge's western end had watched the constable's discovery with the focused attention of a hawk spotting movement in tall grass. He'd been there perhaps an hour, arriving just after dawn, drawn by what? Intuition? Information? The peculiar magnetism that pulls certain minds toward the inexplicable? Sherlock Holmes lowered his pipe, the tobacco smoke joining the river's fog in a brief waltz before dispersing. His grey eyes tracked the police wagon as it disappeared into London's waking streets, and something in his expression suggested less surprise than confirmation, as if he'd been expecting exactly this, though he couldn't have said why. "Holmes?" Dr. John Watson's voice carried a note of long-suffering patience as he emerged from the fog, his medical bag in hand and his expression suggesting this wasn't the morning stroll he'd anticipated. "Are you going to tell me why you dragged me from a perfectly comfortable breakfast to stare at a bridge?" 3 days, Watson, Holmes replied, his voice carrying that particular quality of distraction that meant his mind was already 6 steps ahead. A man sleeping beneath Blackfriars Bridge for 3 consecutive days. Constables baffled, doctors mystified, and symbols, Watson, written in something very old or very mad or... He paused, drawing on his pipe. Possibly both. "How could you possibly know that?" Watson demanded, though the answer was already forming before Holmes spoke it. "Because, my dear fellow, I received a rather interesting telegram at 4 o'clock this morning from an acquaintance at Scotland Yard who knows my inclinations. A man was found sleeping, won't wake, 3 days, and counting, and because..." Holmes turned slightly, gesturing with his pipe toward the arch. "I took the liberty of examining the scene an hour ago, before the constables returned. The symbols are Sumerian, Watson, or something very like it. A language that has been dead for thousands of years, scratched into London stone by a man who hasn't woken since Tuesday. The Thames moved beneath them, indifferent to mysteries. The bridge held its arches steady, patient in its purpose, and somewhere in the distance church bells began their morning count, marking time in a city that had learned to balance the ancient and the modern, the rational and the impossible, with the practiced ease of centuries. Holmes tapped his pipe against the bridge railing, watching the ash fall toward the water below. "I believe, Watson, that we should pay a visit to Scotland Yard, and possibly afterward to the British Museum. Something is sleeping in London that shouldn't be, and I rather suspect that our bridge-dwelling friend knows exactly where." Watson sighed, the sound of a man who recognised the beginning of something that would disrupt his comfortable routines for days, possibly weeks. "You realise it could simply be a madman with a talent for ancient languages?" "It could be," Holmes agreed, his tone suggesting he believed nothing of the sort. "But madmen rarely sleep so peacefully, Watson, and the mad don't usually choose their delusions from languages requiring years of scholarly study to even approximate. No, this is something else entirely." They turned from the bridge as the morning traffic began its earnest work of filling London streets with noise and purpose. Behind them, the Thames kept its counsel, and the stones of Blackfriars Bridge held their shadows close. Beneath one particular arch, where the sleeping man had lain for 3 impossible days, the symbols were already half erased by the tide's patient hand. But they'd been seen, noted, and in the peculiar arithmetic of mysteries, being observed is sometimes all that's required to transform sleeping things into waking ones. The fog rolled on, indifferent and eternal, and London began another day of pretending it was just a city, nothing more. The room at Scotland Yard smelled of carbolic soap and institutional patience, that peculiar blend of cleanliness and resignation that marked buildings where mystery came to be processed into paperwork. Morning light filtered through windows that hadn't been properly cleaned since spring, turning the dust motes into lazy dancers suspended between the living and the merely waiting. The sleeping man had been placed on a cot in one of the holding rooms, though holding seemed the wrong word for someone who appeared to be held by nothing except sleep itself. He hadn't stirred during the journey, hadn't so much as twitched when they'd carried him up 2 flights of stairs, the constables grunting with effort while the man dreamed on, serene as a saint in stained glass. Dr. Watson stood beside the cot now, his medical bag open, his expression carrying that particular blend of fascination and frustration that comes from encountering a body that defies all reasonable diagnosis. Holmes prowled the room's perimeter like a lean wolf circling prey, though who was predator and who was prey remained charmingly unclear. He'd already examined the man's clothing. Pockets yielded nothing, no papers, no coins, no convenient calling cards announcing identity or intention. The coat's label had been removed, deliberately or through wear, impossible to say. The boots bore a maker's mark from Cheapside, common enough to be useless. "Heart rate?" Holmes asked, pausing by the single window. "Steady, 58 beats per minute, respiration 12 breaths, temperature normal." "By every measure," Watson replied, closing his stethoscope with a soft click. "He's simply enjoying the most profound sleep I've ever observed. No response to ammonia salts, no reaction to pain stimulus. I pricked his finger, Holmes, and he didn't so much as flinch. Yet he breathes, circulates blood, maintains temperature." Holmes turned from the window, his grey eyes catching the light. "He's not in a coma, then? Not in any medical sense we understand?" "No," Watson agreed slowly. "It's more like he's somewhere else entirely, and his body merely continues its functions while he's away." The door opened with a bureaucratic squeak, admitting Inspector Lestrade with his perpetually harried expression, and a sheaf of papers that somehow looked more tired than he did. "Gentlemen," he greeted them, his tone suggesting this was already proving more complicated than his morning tea had prepared him for. "Our sleeping beauty remains unconscious, I take it." "As profoundly as ever," Holmes confirmed. "What have you discovered?" Lestrade consulted his notes with the air of a man reading his own death warrant. "Missing persons reports for the past month. 3 men of approximate age and description, all vanished within a mile of Blackfriars. None recovered. 2 women as well, though the descriptions are less certain. All reported near the river, all disappeared completely, and all," he paused, checking his notes again as if hoping they might have changed, "all were last seen in the vicinity of the bridge." Names? Watson asked, pulling out his own notebook with the practiced efficiency of a man who'd learned to document Holmes's cases or lose the details forever. Thomas Markham, docker. Agnes Fletcher, seamstress. William Pence, clerk. Mary Shaw, laundress. And one James Croft, profession unknown. Lestrade looked up from his papers. 5 people, gentlemen. 5 people who simply vanished near that bridge, and now we have a 6th who won't wake up. I don't believe in curses, Mr. Holmes, but I'm running short on rational alternatives. Holmes's expression suggested he found this statement both endearing and slightly tragic. The rational alternative, Inspector, is often simply the irrational truth properly understood. The symbols beneath the bridge. Did you have them copied? Lestrade produced another paper, this one bearing a careful sketch of the wedge-shaped marks. Holmes took it with the delicacy usually reserved for holy texts, holding it to the light, his fingers tracing the air above the symbols as if reading something written in the space between the marks. Cuneiform, he murmured. Specifically, if I'm not mistaken, Old Sumerian. 3rd millennium before Christ, Watson. A language that died when Rome was still a fever dream in some shepherd's ambition. That's impossible, Lestrade said flatly. You're telling me this man knows a language that's been dead for 4,000 years. I'm telling you he wrote in one, Inspector. Whether he knows it in any scholarly sense remains to be seen. Holmes set the paper down carefully. I'll need access to the British Museum's collection. There's a translator there, Professor Ainsworth, who spent 20 years in Mesopotamia digging through the past like a particularly determined mole. If anyone can confirm my suspicions... The sleeping man drew a breath. It wasn't different from any of his previous breaths, not in volume or duration, but something in the quality of it changed, as if the air had suddenly become thicker, heavier, weighted with intention. Watson noticed first the doctor's instinct catching the shift before conscious thought could name it. Holmes? The man's lips moved. No sound emerged, just the shape of words forming in sleep, muscles remembering speech even if consciousness didn't. Holmes crossed the room in 3 long strides, leaning close, his entire being focused with the intensity of a lens catching sunlight. Then, so softly it might have been imagination, a word emerged. Then another. A string of syllables that fell into the room like stones into still water, sending ripples of wrongness across the institutional calm. They weren't English. There wasn't any language Watson recognised, and he'd spent enough years in Afghanistan to know the cadence of the East when he heard it. These words felt older, angular, each syllable precise as chisel marks. The sleeping man spoke to them with the patient rhythm of recitation, as if reading something, written on the inside of his eyelids. Holmes's expression underwent a transformation that Watson had seen perhaps 3 times in their entire acquaintance. The look of a man encountering something genuinely unexpected, genuinely new. He pulled the symbol sketch closer, his eyes moving between the paper and the sleeping man's moving lips, tracking correlation, finding pattern. He's translating, Holmes breathed. Watson, he's translating the symbols, the same text, repeated. Listen. He held up a hand for silence, counting the syllables under his breath. 18 words, the same 18 words, over and over, like a prayer or a warning, Watson finished, the words arriving from some instinct he didn't know he possessed. The sleeping man's voice rose slightly, still soft but carrying more urgency now, the syllables tumbling faster. His hand, which had lain peacefully at his side, began to move, fingers twitching as if tracing symbols in the air. The index finger drew shapes, wedges and angles, the same compulsive precision that had marked the stones beneath Blackfriars Bridge. Lestrade had gone pale, his scepticism warring with the evidence of his own ears. "What's he saying, Holmes?" "I don't know yet, but I intend to find out." Holmes straightened, already reaching for his coat. "Watson, stay with him. Note everything. Every word, every gesture, the rhythm, the repetition. Inspector, I need a carriage to the British Museum, and I need it 5 minutes ago." "But Holmes," Watson began. "If I'm right, Watson, and I generally am despite the universe's occasional objections, this man didn't learn Sumerian from books. He didn't study it at university or puzzle it out from tablets. Somehow, impossibly, he knows it. And if he knows a dead language, then we must ask ourselves what else he knows. What else has he seen?" Holmes paused at the door, his expression carrying that peculiar mix of excitement and unease that mark truly interesting cases. What else might be down there, in the dark beneath London, old enough to remember when Sumerian was the language of kings. He left with his customary efficiency, Lestrade trailing behind with the bewildered air of a man who'd wanted a simple case and gotten mythology instead. The door closed, leaving Watson alone with the sleeping man and the ghost of those ancient syllables still hanging in the air like incense. Watson pulled a chair close to the cot, opened his notebook to a fresh page, and began to write. The man's lips continued their movement, forming words from a time when London was nothing but marsh and ambition, when the Thames ran wild and unnamed, when the world was younger and perhaps stranger, before rationality had drawn its tidy borders and declared everything beyond them impossible. The words came in waves, 18 syllables per cycle, repeated with the mechanical precision of a water clock marking time in some temple that had been dust for millennia. Watson wrote them, phonetically, his hand cramping as he tried to capture sounds that English letters weren't designed to hold. Kurnugia, the man whispered. Enlil lulim, zianna. Outside, London conducted its business with the cheerful ignorance of a city that believed itself modern, progressive, masters of steam and empire. Inside this small room in Scotland Yard, something older than the empire remembered itself through borrowed lips, and the words it spoke were dreams of depth and darkness, of places beneath places, of the God that sleeps and the sleep that devours. Watson wrote until his hand ached, until the syllables began to blur into each other, until the room seemed to grow dimmer despite the morning sun, as if the words themselves were swallowing light. The sleeping man spoke on, tireless, trapped in some loop of memory or vision, his finger tracing endlessly in the air, writing scripture on nothing, marking invisible stones with the testimony of depths. And somewhere across London, in the hushed corridors of the British Museum, Sherlock Holmes was about to discover what those words meant, what they warned of, what, perhaps, they summoned. The man's breathing changed again, deepening, and for just a moment his eyelids fluttered as if he might wake, might return from wherever his consciousness had fled. Watson leaned forward, hopeful, professional, but the eyes didn't open. Instead, the man's hand stopped its tracing, falling still against his chest, and in a voice that carried the weight of absolute certainty, the weight of truth witnessed rather than imagined, he spoke 3 words in perfect, unaccented English. "It is waking." Then silence, complete and profound. The Sumerian ceased. The tracing stopped. The man returned to the peaceful depths of his impossible sleep, as if those 3 English words had exhausted some quota of consciousness he'd been granted, some brief allowance for warning before the dark pulled him down again. Watson sat frozen, his pen hovering above paper, those 3 words echoing in his mind with the persistence of church bells. It is waking, not it woke, or it will wake. Present tense, continuous, happening now, in this moment, in this city of fog and empire and rational men who believed they'd mapped all the world's mysteries. He looked at the sleeping man's peaceful face, at the hands now still, at the chest rising and falling with the steady rhythm of dreams. And Dr. John Watson, who'd faced Afghan warriors and London's worst criminals without flinching, felt the small hairs on his neck rise with a primal unease that reason couldn't quite dismiss. Something was waking beneath London. And this man, sleeping for 3 impossible days beneath Blackfriars Bridge, knew exactly what it was. The British Museum stood like a temple to human curiosity, its Greek revival facade promising order and enlightenment, while its interior held the collected chaos of empires. The Reading Room rose beneath its great dome, perfect circle of knowledge where scholars bent over books like priests over holy texts, their whispers creating a susurrus of learning that filled the space like audible dust motes. Holmes moved through it with the focused intensity of a man who knew exactly which shelf held exactly which secrets, his footsteps echoing softly against the marble. Professor Edmund Ainsworth occupied a desk in the far corner, surrounded by tablets and papers in a configuration that suggested either brilliant organisation or approaching madness, possibly both. He was a small man made smaller by years bent over ancient texts, his white hair wild as if he'd been arguing with electricity, his spectacles perched at an angle that defied geometry. When Holmes approached, he didn't look up, merely held up one finger in a gesture that somehow conveyed both Wait, and I'm translating something crucial, and disturb me at your peril. Holmes waited with the patience of a cat at a mouse hole. 3 minutes passed, marked by the great clock in the entrance hall chiming the quarter hour. Finally, Ainsworth set down his pen, looked up, and smiled with the vague surprise of someone returning from Mesopotamia to find themselves in London. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice carrying the rasp of a man who talked more to the dead than the living. "I wondered when you'd appear. The curator mentioned you'd been making inquiries about Sumerian texts. Curious timing, that. Very curious indeed. Is it?" Holmes settled into the chair opposite, producing the sketch of the symbols from his coat. "Then perhaps you can satisfy my curiosity, Professor. What do you make of these?" Ainsworth took the paper with hands that trembled slightly. Age, or excitement, or the peculiar palsy that came from spending too many years in desert heat. He adjusted his spectacles, bringing the symbols close to his face, then farther away, then close again, as if distance might change what they said. "Where did you get these?" His voice had gone very quiet. "Beneath Blackfriars Bridge, scratched into stone by a man who's been sleeping for 3 days and speaks in a dead language." Holmes leaned forward. "I need to know what they say, Professor, and I need to know why a man in 1895 London would be writing in a script that died with the Ainsworth set the paper down with the care usually reserved for explosives. "They're not Sumerian. Not exactly. The script is cuneiform, yes, but the dialect is older. Or perhaps not older, but more—" He searched for the word, his fingers tapping an agitated rhythm on the desk. "Pure. Like finding Latin before it became Italian. The root form, undiluted by time or conquest." "What does it say?" "It's a fragment. Incomplete, or perhaps purposely abbreviated, but roughly translated." Ainsworth pulled a fresh sheet of paper toward him, his pen scratching out words in English as his lips moved soundlessly, working through the translation. Below the black water, the "sleeper turns into dreams, the city remembers stone, the city is dark. When the threshold breaks, the dream awakes." The words fell into the reading room's hush like coins into a well, the silence after them somehow deeper than the silence before. Holmes remained very still, his grey eyes fixed on the translation with the intensity of a man reading his own fortune, and finding it unexpectedly grim. "There's more," Ainsworth continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "These symbols here," he pointed to a cluster at the edge of the sketch, "they're not words, they're names, or possibly a title. Kur-Nugia. The Great Below, the House of Darkness. In Sumerian cosmology, it's the underworld, the place beneath places where the dead go and—" He paused, swallowing. "Where certain things sleep that should not wake." "Things?" Holmes's tone was precisely neutral, inviting elaboration. "Gods, Mr. Holmes. Though that word carries so much theological baggage as to be nearly useless. The Sumerians believed in entities that existed before the world took its current shape. Vast, sleeping intelligences buried in the earth's deep places, dreaming the world into being through their sleep. And if they woke—" Ainsworth trailed off, shaking his head. "But this is mythology, an ancient superstition given shape by people who didn't understand earthquakes or underground rivers. You're a rational man, Mr. Holmes. You can't possibly think—" "I think," Holmes interrupted softly, "that 5 people have vanished near Blackfriars Bridge in the past month. I think a 6th man has slept for 3 days speaking a language dead for millennia. I think he scratched warnings into stone and then collapsed into unconsciousness. And I think, Professor, that ancient peoples, however superstitious, tended to build their myths around observed phenomena. They may have misunderstood what they saw, but they saw something." He stood, retrieving the sketch. "I need maps, Professor. Not the London of streets and bridges, the London beneath. Roman ruins, medieval crypts, underground rivers, anything that shows what's under Blackfriars. Can you point me towards such resources?" Ainsworth nodded slowly, rising with the creaking reluctance of old joints protesting movement. "The archives, 3rd floor. Ask for Miss Pemberton. She's the keeper of municipal records and has a memory like a steel trap lined with India ink. But Mr. Holmes—" He caught Holmes's sleeve as the detective turned to leave. "If there is something down there, something old and sleeping, perhaps the wisest course is to let it continue sleeping. Some doors, once opened, can't be closed again." Holmes offered a thin smile. "Wisdom, Professor, is often just another word for cowardice dressed in philosophical clothing. If something is waking beneath London, I'd prefer to know what it is before it finishes the job." He left the scholar amid his tablets and his ancient warnings, climbing the museum's grand staircase toward the archives with the purposeful stride of a man determined to prove the impossible merely improbable. The third floor smelled of old paper and preserving wax, that peculiar perfume of accumulated knowledge slowly decomposing into wisdom. Miss Pemberton proved to be a severe woman of perhaps 50, with iron-grey hair and eyes that suggested she could catalogue the Library of Alexandria by memory if given sufficient tea. Maps of underground London, she repeated, her tone suggesting this was either a very common or very unusual request. Holmes couldn't quite tell which. Specifically near Blackfriars. Any and all, Roman, Saxon, medieval, modern sewers, the underground railway plans, anything showing what's beneath the surface. Holmes leaned against her desk with careful charm. I'm investigating a matter that may involve the city's deeper history. Miss Pemberton studied him for a long moment, then nodded crisply. Wait here. She disappeared into the stacks with the confident movement of someone navigating by internal compass. Holmes waited, listening to the building settle around him, the museum creaking like a ship at anchor in the sea of time. When she returned, she carried an armload of rolled papers and bound volumes that she set on the desk with a soft thump. Roman London first, she said, unrolling a map that showed the city as it had been under Empire. Londinium, they built on gravel beds near the river, solid foundations. But here, her finger traced the Thames stopping at Blackfriars. This was marshland originally. The Romans built a temple here, though records are unclear about its purpose. Dedicated to some river god, possibly, or, she consulted a ledger, to Mithras, though that's disputed. The temple was abandoned in the 4th century, partially collapsed into the marsh. What happened to it? Buried. The Saxons built over it, then the Normans built over that. London has a habit of simply paving over its own past rather than properly excavating it. Easier to build up than dig down. She unrolled another map, this one showing medieval London. By 1200, there was a monastery near the site, Blackfriars, hence the bridge's name. They reported problems with the foundations, water seepage, strange sounds from below, that sort of thing. The monastery was dissolved under Henry VIII, torn down, but the crypts remained. They're still there, technically, though the city's never bothered to map them properly. Holmes studied the overlay of maps, the palimpsest of London's history revealing itself in layers of ink and time. The area beneath Blackfriars was a tangle of construction and collapse, each century adding its structures while the marsh beneath slowly reclaimed what it could. But there, if you looked carefully, you could see suggestions of something else. Spaces in the maps where nothing was built. Voids in the underground that the cartographers had simply sketched around, as if acknowledging without understanding. These empty spaces, Holmes said, tapping the map. What are they? Miss Pemberton adjusted her spectacles. Unknown. Possibly natural caverns formed by the Fleet River's underground course. Possibly collapsed structures too dangerous to explore. The city surveyor's office sent men down in 1867 to investigate flooding problems, but... She paused, consulting her notes. The expedition was called off. No official reason given, but the surveyor's personal diary mentions unsuitable conditions and excessive depth. Make of that what you will. And more recently, the Underground Railway considered a route through there but chose a different path. Again, no official explanation, but the engineering reports mention unexpected voids in the substrate, unstable geology, risk of collapse. Miss Pemberton rolled up the maps with practiced efficiency. Mr. Holmes, whatever you're looking for beneath Blackfriars, generations of builders and engineers have found it easier to avoid than investigate. That should tell you something. It tells me, Holmes said quietly, that someone at some point knew there was something down there worth avoiding, which means someone went down there, saw something, and decided discretion was preferable to knowledge. He gathered the maps carefully. May I borrow these? I'll return them within the week. Miss Pemberton hesitated, then nodded. Sign the ledger, and Mr. Holmes, be careful. London has layers, and not all of them are meant to be disturbed. Holmes descended the museum steps into afternoon light that seemed suddenly fragile, as if the sun were just a polite fiction, the sky maintained while deeper truths worked themselves out in darkness. He had the maps, he had the translation, he had pieces of a puzzle that grew more unsettling with each revelation. A dead language, a sleeping man, warnings scratched in stone, and beneath Blackfriars, a space on the map where nothing was built because something else was already there. He hailed a cab back to Baker Street, his mind already assembling the evidence into theories, testing each against the facts, discarding those that failed and refining those that held. By the time he reached his rooms, he had 3 possibilities, each more disturbing than the last and none of them remotely comforting. Mrs. Hudson met him at the door with a telegram. "Arrived 10 minutes ago, Mr. Holmes, from Dr. Watson. He says it's urgent." Holmes tore it open, read it once, then again, his expression hardening. Sleeper spoke in English. Stop said, "It is waking." Stop then. Resumed. Sumerian. Stop. Begun drawing. Stop, you should see this. Stop, Watson. Holmes stood in his doorway, telegram in hand, maps under his arm, and allowed himself one moment of purely human unease. Then he squared his shoulders, climbed the stairs to his rooms, and spread the maps across every available surface. If something was waking beneath London, he would know what it was, where it slept, and how to stop it. Or at least, he would know what questions to ask before the answers arrived wearing shapes that reason couldn't accommodate. The afternoon light slanted through the windows of 221B Baker Street, falling across maps of a city built on layers of forgetting, and in a room at Scotland Yard a man dreamed in dead languages while his hands sketched the architecture of impossibility on any surface they could reach. London continued its business, unaware and unconcerned, while beneath its streets something older than business turned in its sleep and remembered the taste of waking. The drawings covered every surface, paper, cloth, even the whitewashed wall beside the cot where someone had made the mistake of leaving the sleeping man with a pencil. Watson had watched it happen over the course of 3 hours, the man's hand moving with mechanical precision even in sleep, tracing lines and curves and angles that suggested architecture from some fever dream of geometry. The hand never hesitated, never corrected, just drew and drew and drew, as if transcribing something seen with perfect clarity on the inside of closed eyelids. Holmes stood in the centre of the room, turning slowly, taking it all in. The drawings weren't random. They connected, overlapped, revealed a single massive structure when viewed as a whole. A map, Watson realised, not of London streets, but of what lay beneath them. Tunnels branching like arteries from a central chamber, each passage marked with those same cuneiform symbols, each intersection labelled in a hand that had never wavered despite unconsciousness. "He's been drawing for 3 hours?" Holmes asked, his voice distant, most of his attention consumed by the images. Without pause, I tried to stop him once, moved the pencil from his hand. He simply waited perfectly still until I gave it back, then continued exactly where he'd left off. Watson gestured to the wall. "That section there, he drew it blind, Holmes. His eyes never opened, his head never turned. He simply reached out and drew, as if he could see through the plaster to know exactly where the lines should go." Holmes approached the wall, tracing the drawn tunnels with one long finger, following their logic, their purpose. The central chamber was vast if the scale held true, cathedral-sized, perhaps larger, with passages radiating outward like the spokes of a wheel. Some terminated in smaller chambers, others simply ended as if the map itself were incomplete, or as if those passages led somewhere the sleeping man either couldn't or wouldn't draw. "These symbols," Holmes murmured, pointing to the cuneiform marks at each intersection. "Professor Ainsworth would have to confirm, but if I'm reading the grammar correctly, they're not labels. They're instructions, or warnings. Turn back. The water rises here. Darkness without ending." He paused at one symbol, his brow furrowing. "This one appears repeatedly. The threshold, always. Near these deeper passages, always marking a transition between levels." Levels? Lestrade had entered quietly, bringing with him the smell of London rain, an official worry. "You're telling me this madman has drawn some kind of underground city beneath Blackfriars?" "Not a city, Inspector. Something else. Something older." Holmes turned from the wall, his grey eyes catching the lamplight. "Watson, the words he spoke, the 18 syllables, did you write them phonetically?" Watson produced his notebook, the pages dense with his cramped handwriting. Holmes took it, comparing the phonetic transcription to the symbols on the wall, and something in his expression shifted. Satisfaction, yes, but also the grim recognition of a theory confirmed. He's repeating the warnings from the map. These 18 syllables translate roughly as The threshold breaks, the dream awakes, the city remembers darkness. Holmes set the notebook down carefully. He's not mad, gentlemen. He's trying to warn us. The question is, warn us of what, and how does he know? Perhaps we should ask him, suggested a new voice from the doorway. They turned to find a woman standing there, dressed in the practical dark clothing of a nurse or companion, with intelligent eyes and the posture of someone accustomed to being dismissed and determined not to care. She was perhaps 30, with brown hair pinned severely back and hands that showed signs of work rather than leisure. "And you are?" Lestrade asked, his tone polite but wary. "Sarah Whitmore. I'm a nurse at St. Bartholomew's Hospital. I was sent to check on the patient, but I see he's already under medical care," she nodded to Watson. "Though I suspect my interest goes beyond the purely professional. You see, gentlemen, this isn't the first person I've seen in this condition." The room's atmosphere changed instantly, attention focusing on her with laser precision. Holmes crossed to her in 2 strides. "Explain." She didn't flinch at his intensity, meeting his gaze with the steadiness of someone who'd seen worse things than a detective's scrutiny. 2 weeks ago, a woman was brought to Bart's, found near the river, near Blackfriars, in a state of profound unconsciousness. She remained asleep for 6 days, speaking occasionally in a language none of us recognised. When she finally woke, she was changed, disoriented. She kept saying she'd been down there, that she'd seen it sleeping. We thought it was delirium, brain fever perhaps. But then she drew pictures, tunnels, chambers, strange symbols, exactly like these. She gestured to the wall. "Where is she now?" Watson asked. "She discharged herself 3 days ago, against medical advice. Said she had to warn people, had to make them understand before it was too late. We tried to keep her for observation, but you can't legally hold someone who's not a danger to themselves or others, and she seemed rational enough, despite the odd fixation. She left the hospital, and I haven't seen her since." "Her name?" Holmes had his notebook out, pen poised. "Mary Shaw, laundress, lived in Southwark, near the bridge." Sarah Whitmore paused. "I tried to find her yesterday, after I heard about this man. Went to her lodgings. The landlady said she'd left in the night, took nothing with her, just walked out into the rain and didn't return. The landlady mentioned Mary had been acting strangely, muttering about people watching her, following her. Said Mary claimed they wanted to take her back down, that they needed her for something." "They?" Lestrade's voice had gone sharp. "Who's they?" She didn't know, thought it was persecution mania, honestly. But now... Sarah looked at the sleeping man, at his endlessly drawing hand. "Now I'm not so certain." Holmes was already moving toward the door. "Inspector, I need the files on all the missing persons near Blackfriars. Not just the past month. Go back 6 months, a year if you have them. Watson, stay with our sleeper. Note any changes in his condition, any variations in the drawings. Miss Whitmore, if you would be so kind, I'd like you to write down everything you remember about Mary Shaw. Every word she said, every detail of her drawings, everything." "Where are you going?" Watson called after him. "To visit an abandoned church." Holmes paused in the doorway, his profile sharp against the corridor's gaslight. "Because if there are watchers, as Miss Shaw claimed, then they must have somewhere to watch from, and religious buildings have a convenient habit of maintaining records of their congregations, even the unofficial ones." He vanished down the corridor with his characteristic speed, leaving Watson and Lestrade to exchange glances that mixed concern with the weary recognition that Holmes, once fixed on a trail, was as unstoppable as the Thames at flood. Sarah Whitmore approached the sleeping man, studying his face with professional assessment. "He's peaceful. Whatever he's experiencing, it doesn't seem to distress him. That's unusual in cases of sustained unconsciousness. Usually there's some sign of neural stress, some indication of the body fighting to wake. But he..." She touched his forehead gently, checking temperature. "He seems content down there, wherever there is." The man's hand continued its work, adding details to a section of the map that showed a spiral descent, a staircase carved into living rock, going down and down and down to depths that the scale suggested were impossible beneath London's foundations. At the bottom of that spiral he'd drawn a door, just a simple rectangle but marked with symbols so dense they nearly obliterated the lines of the door itself. Warnings, perhaps, or instructions for opening. "It is waking," Watson quoted softly, remembering those 3 English words spoken with such certainty. "What do you suppose It is. Sarah Whitmore shook her head slowly. Mary Shaw called it the dreamer, said it had been sleeping for longer than London had existed, longer than the Romans, longer than memory. She said the city was built over it without knowing, that every foundation we drove down, every tunnel we dug, we were pressing against the walls of its sleeping chamber, and now, she gestured to the drawings, now the walls are breaking, the threshold, as these symbols keep saying. Something is weakening the barrier between where it sleeps and where we live. That's impossible, Lestrade muttered, but his tone lacked conviction. He'd seen too much in this case already to cling too tightly to impossibility. Is it? Sarah turned to face him. London is built on marsh and clay and the bones of previous Londons. We barely know what's beneath our own streets. The Roman ruins we've found are just the ones we've stumbled across. The medieval crypts are mostly forgotten, unmapped. And before the Romans? Before anyone kept records? What was here then? What might have already been here when the first humans decided to build beside this particular bend in the river? Watson found himself thinking of the museum's maps, of the voids in the underground that cartographers had simply sketched around. Unsuitable conditions, excessive depth, the kind of official language that meant something had been found and deliberately not investigated. How many generations of Londoners had encountered evidence of something beneath the city, and chosen, individually or collectively, to look away? The sleeping man's hand paused. For the first time in 3 hours, it stopped drawing. The pencil remained pressed to the wall, but no new lines emerged. Watson held his breath, wondering if this signalled waking, change, some new development. Then the hand moved again, but differently. Not drawing now, writing. Words in English, awkward and shaky, each letter formed with obvious effort, as if the hand remembered language but had forgotten the specific shapes. They come at night. The three of them stared at the words. The hand continued, adding more below. They watch the ones who know. They take them down, to feed the threshold. The hand dropped, the pencil rolling away across the floor. The sleeping man's breathing deepened, and for a moment Watson thought he saw something behind those closed eyelids, some rapid movement suggesting dreams or visions or memories of depths. Right, Lestrade said, his voice carefully controlled, the tone of a man refusing to panic through sheer force of professional habit. Right, I'm posting guards. 4 men, armed, outside this door, and I'm sending officers to check every abandoned building near Blackfriars, every church, every crypt we know about. If there are people watching, taking others, then by God we'll find them and arrest them for— He paused, searching for the appropriate charge. For kidnapping at minimum, possibly murder. Inspector, Sarah Whitmore said quietly, Mary Shaw wasn't mad. I've seen genuine psychosis, genuine delusion. This wasn't that. She was terrified. Rationally, genuinely terrified of people she was convinced were hunting her. And now she's vanished, just like the others. If your officers go looking, they should be careful. Very careful. Because whatever is happening near Blackfriars, it's been happening for at least long enough to take 6 people that we know of. 6 people who either disappeared entirely or, in Mary Shaw's case, came back changed. Came back knowing things they shouldn't know, seeing things that shouldn't exist. Then what do you suggest? Lestrade demanded, frustration bleeding through his professional calm. I suggest, she replied, that we wait for Mr. Holmes to return with whatever he's found, and that we don't let this man out of our sight. Because right now he's the only source of information we have about what's actually down there. And if he wakes, if he can speak coherently about what he experienced, then maybe we can understand what we're facing before someone else vanishes into those tunnels. Watson checked his watch. Holmes had been gone 20 minutes. The afternoon was fading into evening, the light through the windows going golden and soft. London outside continued its cheerful ignorance, traffic rattling past, vendors calling their wares, the great city simply being itself without concern for the mysteries fermenting in its depths. But here, in this small room in Scotland Yard, with a man who slept and drew impossible maps and whispered warnings in dead languages, the comfortable certainty of London's modernity felt suddenly thin, like a coat that had been adequate for the weather until the temperature dropped, revealing how little protection it actually offered. The sleeping man breathed steadily, peacefully, his work apparently complete for the moment. The walls around him were covered in the architecture of something that shouldn't exist beneath a rational city. And somewhere in the gathering dusk, Sherlock Holmes was hunting for watchers in the dark, for cultists or madmen or believers in sleeping gods, for anyone who might explain why people vanished near Blackfriars and returned speaking of thresholds and dreamers and darkness without ending. Lestrade left to arrange the guards and the search parties, his footsteps echoing down the corridor with the heavy tread of a man carrying responsibilities he hadn't asked for. Sarah Whitmore settled into a chair with her notebook, beginning to write everything she remembered about Mary Shaw, her careful handwriting filling page after page with the testimony of impossible sleep. And Watson sat beside the cot, watching the sleeping man's face for any sign of change, any hint of waking. Outside, the city's gas lamps were beginning to glow tiny points of light against the gathering dark. But here, in this room, the darkness felt different, older, as if it had seeped up from below rather than fallen from above. The sleeping man's lips moved again, forming words without sound. Watson leaned close, trying to catch them. Just 2 syllables, repeated like a mantra. Kurnugia, Kurnugia, Kurnugia. The great below, the house of darkness. And somewhere beneath Blackfriars Bridge, in tunnels that shouldn't exist, something turned in its ancient sleep and dreamed of waking. The Church of St. Anne's Blackfriars had been deconsecrated in 1847, its congregation scattered, its purpose dissolved into the general amnesia that London practised upon its own history. It stood now like a tooth gone grey, wedged between a warehouse and a printer's shop, its Gothic windows boarded over, its doors sealed with official notices that had faded to illegibility years ago. Holmes stood before it in the gathering dusk, rain beginning to fall in that fine London mist that was less precipitation than atmospheric intention, and studied the building with the focused attention of a man reading a book whose pages had been deliberately torn out. The church's stonework was dark with soot and time, the kind of black that came from decades of coal smoke settling into every crevice. But there, around the side entrance, the stone was darker still. Recent soot, Holmes noted, the kind that came from torches or oil lamps used frequently enough to leave their mark. Someone had been entering this building, and recently. He approached the side door, noting the official seal had been broken and poorly replaced, the wax fresh enough to still smell faintly of the chandler's shop. The lock was old but well maintained, the keyhole showing the tiny scratches of frequent use. Holmes produced his picks with the practised ease of long experience, and within 30 seconds the lock yielded with a soft click that seemed obscenely loud in the quiet street. The door swung inward on hinges that moved too smoothly for a building abandoned nearly 50 years. Someone had oiled them. Recently. Holmes stepped inside, closing the door behind him, and allowed his eyes to adjust to the deeper darkness within. The church's interior smelled of damp stone and old incense, that peculiar combination of decay and desperate holiness that marked abandoned places of worship. But beneath it, something else, a scent he couldn't quite place, mineral, earthy, like the smell of deep caves or old wells. His dark lantern revealed the nave, emptied of pews, the floor swept clean in a way that suggested purpose rather than abandonment. The altar remained, though stripped of its furnishings, and on the stone before it, scratches, recent ones. Holmes knelt, bringing the lantern close. Cuneiform, the same angular script that marked the stones beneath Blackfriars Bridge, that covered the walls where the sleeping man had drawn his impossible maps. Kurnu Gia, he read softly, Enlilulim, Ziana. The same 18 syllables carved into the altar stone with something sharp and patient. Around them, other marks, circles, spirals, geometric patterns that suggested ritual or obsession or both. He stood, sweeping the lantern's beam across the church's interior. There, in the far corner near where the vestry would have been, a darker patch on the floor. Holmes approached it, noting the stone here had been disturbed, the dust pattern broken. He found the edge of what looked like a flagstone, but when he pried it up with his knife, it revealed not earth beneath but darkness. A hole. A passage descending into the foundations, stairs cut into the living rock, old stairs, worn smooth by centuries of feet, descending at a steep angle into the earth beneath the church. The mineral smell rose from below, stronger now, and with it that sense of depth, of spaces that extended farther down than any London basement should go. Holmes checked his revolver, more from habit than hope. What good were bullets against darkness and ancient stone? And began his descent. The stairs were narrow, barely wider than his shoulders, spiralling down in a tight helix that suggested medieval construction, or older. Roman, perhaps, or something that predated Rome's northward ambitions. 30 steps down, 40. The air grew colder, damper, the walls pressing close. 50 steps. The stairs levelled out into a passage, the ceiling low enough that Holmes had to duck his tall frame. The walls here showed chisel marks, deliberate excavation rather than natural formation. Someone had carved this passage with purpose and considerable effort. The passage opened into a chamber and Holmes stopped, his lantern revealing something that made his breath catch despite his considerable self-control. The chamber was perhaps 20 feet across, the ceiling vaulted in the Roman style but carved with symbols that predated Rome by millennia. The walls were covered in cuneiform script, dense as wallpaper, telling stories in a language dead before Christ was born, and in the centre of the chamber a circle, not drawn but carved into the floor, each line an inch deep, filled with something dark that might have been pitch or tar or dried blood. Around the circle, arranged with geometric precision, were objects, tablets of clay inscribed with more cuneiform, bowls that might once have held offerings, and maps. Dozens of maps drawn on paper, on cloth, on anything that would hold ink, all showing the same thing, the tunnel system beneath Blackfriars, radiating from a central chamber far deeper than this one. Holmes examined the maps by lantern light, his mind cataloguing details with mechanical precision. The tunnels matched exactly what the sleeping man had drawn, every intersection, every branching passage, every spiral descent. But these maps showed more. They showed the chamber's purposes, labelled in a mix of Sumerian and English, as if the map makers had been translating for themselves, trying to understand what they'd found. The first threshold, the chamber of waiting, the spiral of descent, and at the bottom, in the deepest chamber, simply the dreamer. Footsteps echoed from the passage, behind him, multiple sets, approaching with the confident tread of people who knew exactly where they were going. Holmes extinguished his lantern, pressing himself against the wall beside the chamber entrance, his hand on his revolver. 3 figures entered, carrying torches that filled the chamber with dancing orange light. They wore ordinary clothing, a clerk's suit, a labourer's rough coat, a woman's practical dress. But their faces held the peculiar blankness of true believers, the expression of people who'd seen something that had fundamentally reorganised their understanding of reality. "The threshold weakens," the clerk said, his voice carrying the rhythmic quality of recitation. "The dreamer turns in sleep. Soon the walls will break and the city will remember what it was built to forget." "The sleeper speaks now," the woman added, placing a fresh map on the floor with the others, the one found beneath the bridge. "He draws the true paths, shows the way down. The police guard him, but they don't understand. They can't stop what's already begun." Holmes remained perfectly still, watching, listening. The 3 moved around the chamber with practised efficiency, lighting candles placed in niches around the carved circle, updating their maps with fresh details, consulting the clay tablets as if reading scripture. "How many more do we need?" the labourer asked, his rough hands gentle as he arranged the offerings, bread, wine, water, within the circle. "The equation is clear," the clerk replied, producing a notebook filled with calculations, measurements, symbols mixed with numbers. 7 sleepers to weaken the threshold. We have 5. The one at Scotland Yard is the 6th. One more descent, one more mind to touch the dreamer and return carrying its truth. Then the threshold breaks, and we will be there when it wakes," the woman finished, her voice carrying something between terror and exultation. "To witness, to serve, to finally understand what our ancestors knew and London has spent centuries trying to bury." Holmes had heard enough. He stepped from the shadows, revolver raised, his voice cutting through the chamber's ritual atmosphere with the sharp edge of rational authority. "I'm afraid your mathematical equation requires revision. Scotland Yard will be quite interested in your threshold theories, and I suspect the courts will be even more fascinated by your role in the disappearance of 5 people. The 3 turned as one, and something in their expressions made Holmes's finger tighten on the trigger. Not fear, not surprise, almost pity. "Mr. Holmes," the clerk said softly, "we knew you'd come. You always come, don't you? Following the logic, the evidence, the trail of clues that any rational mind would follow. But this isn't a case you can solve with deduction. This is truth, ancient and absolute. The dreamer has slept beneath this city for 4,000 years, and every foundation we've built, every tunnel we've dug, we've been slowly, unknowingly breaking down the walls that keep it sleeping." "Fascinating mythology," Holmes replied, his tone dry. "Now you'll accompany me to Scotland Yard, where you can share these theories with Inspector Lestrade. I'm certain he'll find them educational, if therapeutically concerning." "You don't believe," the woman said, and her voice carried genuine sadness. "Even with everything you've seen, the sleeper, the maps, the language that no one alive should know, you still cling to your rational explanations. You think we're mad or criminals or both. But Mr. Holmes, we've been down there. We've seen it. Not all of us came back." She gestured to the maps. 5 went down and stayed, feeding the threshold with their minds, their dreams, their slow awakening. Mary Shaw came back changed, carrying the truth. The man at Scotland Yard, Thomas Markham his name is, he went deeper than any of us before the sleep took him. He's down there now in his mind, walking those passages, seeing what we can only imagine. And when the 7th descends, when the equation completes, the dreamer will have enough minds touching its own, enough consciousness pressing against the walls of its prison, and it will wake. "To what purpose?" Holmes asked, genuinely curious despite himself. "This dreamer of yours, what does it want? World domination? Destruction? The usual apocalyptic ambitions?" "It wants nothing," the clerk replied. "That's what you don't understand. It doesn't have wants or plans or desires. It simply is. Vast, ancient, sleeping. But its dreams shape reality in ways we barely comprehend. London exists because of its sleep, built unknowingly over the source of its own existence. And when it wakes—" He paused, searching for words. "When it wakes, the dream that is London, that is our ordered, rational world, will end. And something older, something truer, will take its place." Holmes studied them, these believers in sleeping gods and threshold equations, and recognized the futility of argument. They'd seen something, experienced something that had convinced them of this truth. Whether that something was real or madness disguised as revelation hardly mattered. They believed, and belief made them dangerous. "The passage behind you," Holmes said calmly. "It leads deeper, doesn't it? To the actual tunnels you've mapped. To this threshold you keep mentioning." "Yes," the woman said. 300 feet down, through passages the Romans found and sealed, through crypts the medieval monks abandoned after too many brothers went mad from the dreams, through layers of London that the city has forgotten, each one built to contain what the previous layer couldn't. And at the bottom, the threshold. A door, Mr. Holmes, carved into bedrock older than Britain itself, and behind that door—" She smiled, and it was the saddest expression Holmes had ever seen. "Behind that door it dreams." "Show me," Holmes said. They stared at him. "What?" "Show me. Take me down. Let me see this threshold, this dreamer. If you're right, if this is real, then I need to see it to believe it. And if you're wrong, if this is elaborate delusion, then we'll know that too. Either way, standing here debating theology seems rather pointless when the evidence lies 300 feet beneath us." The 3 exchanged glances, some unspoken communication passing between them. Finally the clerk nodded. "Very well, Mr. Holmes, we'll show you. But understand, once you've seen it, once you've stood before the threshold and felt the dreamer's presence pressing against the walls of its prison, you can't unknow that truth. Your rational world will crack, and what seeps in through those cracks will change you. As it changed us. As it's changing all of London slowly, one dream at a time." "I'll risk it," Holmes said dryly. "Lead on." They took up their torches, the clerk producing a key that opened a door Holmes hadn't noticed, concealed in the chamber's far wall. Beyond it, stairs. Carved stone descending in a spiral that made the passage from the church seem shallow by comparison. Holmes followed them down, his revolver still ready, though increasingly irrelevant. They descended in silence broken only by footsteps and the occasional drip of water from unseen heights. The walls changed as they went deeper, Roman brick giving way to rougher stone, then to something older still. massive blocks fitted together with the precision of a people who'd understood engineering before London was even imagined. 50 feet down, 100. The air grew thick, pressure building in Holmes's ears as if he were diving into deep water. The temperature dropped, then rose again, suggesting they were passing near underground rivers or thermal vents. 200 feet. The spiral tightened, the walls pressing closer, and then, at what Holmes estimated was 300 feet beneath St. Anne's Blackfriars, the stairs ended in a passage unlike anything above. The walls here were smooth, impossibly so, as if the rock had been melted rather than carved. And carved into those walls, glowing faintly with some luminescence Holmes couldn't explain, were cuneiform symbols, thousands of them, telling a story, or perhaps repeating the same warning over and over in every language that predated Rome. "The threshold is ahead," the woman whispered. "We don't go beyond this point. None of us have the strength for it. But you can see it from here. You can feel it." They emerged into a chamber vast enough that the torchlight couldn't find its far walls, and there, in the centre, carved into living rock, was a door, not a metaphor, an actual door, 20 feet tall, 10 feet wide, covered in symbols so dense they seemed to writhe in the torchlight. And around it, carved in letters a foot high, in Sumerian and Latin and Greek and languages Holmes didn't recognise, the same warning repeated endlessly. What sleep should not wake. What? Dreams should not stir. Guard the threshold. Seal the door. Let the dreamer sleep eternal. Holmes stood before it, his rational mind cataloguing impossibilities while something deeper, more primal, recognised the truth those believers had tried to explain. The door was warm. He could feel heat radiating from it even at this distance, and beneath that heat, a vibration. Slow, rhythmic, like breathing. "It's waking," the clerk said softly behind him. "Every descent weakens the seal. Every mind that touches it in sleep, every consciousness that brushes against its dreams, the threshold cracks a little more. The Romans knew. The medieval monks knew. That's why they buried it, sealed it, built their city over it and prayed we'd all forget. But London kept growing, kept digging, kept pressing down on the threshold, and now, a crack, hairline thin, running from the top of the door to its centre, fresh. Holmes could see where the stone had split recently enough that dust still clung to the fracture's edges. "Now," the woman finished, "it's almost free." And from behind that door, so deep and low that Holmes felt it more than heard it, came a sound. Not quite a voice, not quite anything that should exist in rational London, but unmistakably, terrifyingly alive. The dreamer, 300 feet beneath the city, was beginning to wake. The sound ceased as abruptly as it had begun, leaving only silence and the memory of something too vast to be properly heard. Holmes stood before the door, his scientific mind attempting to catalogue what his senses insisted couldn't exist, while the three believers behind him maintained their respectful distance, their faces carrying that peculiar mixture of terror and reverence that marked true faith confronted with its object. The chamber around them extended beyond the limits of torchlight, the ceiling lost somewhere in darkness overhead. The walls, where Holmes could see them, bore the same melted smooth quality as the passage, suggesting temperatures or forces that geology couldn't easily explain. But it was the door itself that commanded attention. 20 feet of carved stone covered in warnings written by civilizations that had risen and fallen before London was even Martian ambition. Holmes approached it slowly, each step measured, his hand outstretched toward the stone. The heat radiating from it grew more pronounced as he neared, not uncomfortable, but undeniable, real, measurable. His fingers stopped inches from the surface, close enough to feel the warmth pulse in time with that deep rhythmic vibration. "How long has this been here?" he asked, his voice echoing strangely in the vast space. "Longer than we can calculate," the clerk replied. "The oldest symbols are Proto-Sumerian, from before written language formalized into what we'd recognize as cuneiform, perhaps 5,000 years, perhaps older. The Roman inscriptions are warnings to future generations, telling them to maintain the seals, to never excavate deeper, to build over this place and forget it existed. The medieval editions are prayers mostly, desperate pleas to God and saints to keep what sleeps from waking. And the crack? Holmes indicated the fresh fracture running down the door's centre. 3 weeks ago. We felt it. All of us who've been down here. Like an earthquake in the mind, a tremor in consciousness itself. The first sleeper, Agnes Fletcher, she went down the next day, said she had to see if the threshold held. She never came back. Her body is still down there, we think, in the tunnels beyond the door. We can sometimes hear her, through the stone, still speaking in Sumerian, still trying to warn us. Holmes's mind worked through the implications with a systematic precision that had served him for decades. 5 people missing. 1 recovered but changed. Mary Shaw, speaking of watchers and warnings. 1 sleeping at Scotland Yard, drawing maps and speaking dead languages. And 3 believers standing before him, ordinary Londoners transformed by something they'd encountered in this impossible place. The vibration, he said, pressing his palm flat against the stone beside the door, feeling the pulse travel through rock and into his bones. It's regular, approximately 6 beats per minute, slower than any human heart but rhythmic nonetheless. And the heat, the stone is maintaining a temperature of, he paused, calculating, approximately 98 degrees. Body temperature. It's alive, Mr. Holmes, the woman said quietly. We don't know what it is, God, creature, entity beyond our comprehension, but it's alive, and it's been sleeping here since before humans build anything permanent on this island. The Sumerians knew of it somehow. Their myths speak of sleeping gods beneath the world, vast consciousnesses that dream reality into being. They believed that if such a being woke, the dream that is our world would shatter, and something else, something older, truer, more terrible, would take its place. Mythology, Holmes said, but his tone lacked its usual dismissive certainty. His hand remained on the stone, feeling that impossible heartbeat, that undeniable warmth. Every culture has flood myths, creation stories, tales of sleeping giants. They're metaphors for natural phenomena that primitive people couldn't explain scientifically. Then explain this scientifically, the clerk challenged gently. Explain the heat without fuel, the vibration without mechanism, the crack appearing in solid stone with no seismic activity to cause it. Explain how Thomas Markham, a docker who can barely write his own name, speaks fluent Sumerian in his sleep and draws maps of passages no one has seen in millennia. Explain how we found these tunnels by following dreams, Mr. Holmes. Dreams that came to us unbidden, showing us the way down, compelling us to excavate, to dig, to uncover what London has spent centuries burying. Holmes withdrew his hand from the door, his expression troubled in ways Watson would have recognised. The look of a man whose theories weren't fitting the evidence, whose rational framework was proving inadequate to the task. Dreams, he repeated. You're telling me this entity communicates through dreams. Not communicates, the woman corrected. It dreams, and its dreams leak out, seeping into the minds of people who sleep above it. Most dismiss them as nightmares, strange fancies brought on by London's fog and bad digestion. But some of us, those who slept directly above it, whose rooms happened to align with the chamber below, we couldn't dismiss them. The dreams were too vivid, too consistent, too filled with knowledge we shouldn't possess. So we followed them, down through the church, through the sealed Roman passages, through the medieval crypts. We dug where the dreams told us to dig, and we found this. Holmes turned from the door, facing them fully. The 7 sleepers? You said you need 7 to break the threshold. Why 7? What's the mechanism? The clerk produced his notebook again, flipping to pages dense with equations, geometric diagrams, calculations that mixed mathematics with symbolism in ways that suggested either brilliance or madness, possibly both. The threshold is held by consciousness, not physical locks or seals, though those exist as well. But the primary barrier is mental, erected by, we think, the Sumerians themselves, or whatever civilization taught them their knowledge. 7 minds, properly aligned, pressing against the barrier from our side, while the dreamer presses from within. The threshold can only open when consciousness meets consciousness, when the boundary between sleeping and waking becomes thin enough to breach. 5 have already descended, the woman continued. Their minds touched the dreamers, and now they exist in both places, their bodies lost in the tunnels, their consciousness merged with something vast beyond imagining. Mary Shaw came back because she fought it, tore herself away before the merging completed. She's damaged now, split between worlds, carrying pieces of the dreamer's awareness while trying to maintain her own identity. Thomas Markham went deeper than Mary before the sleep took him. His mind is down there now, walking these passages, touching the threshold, adding his consciousness to the equation. And the sixth, Holmes asked, though he already knew. We're searching. The dreams guide us to those whose minds are compatible, sensitive, open to the frequencies the dreamer transmits. We've identified 3 candidates. One will descend within the week, and then, the clerk's voice dropped to a whisper, and then we wait for the 7th. The final consciousness needed to break the seal. After that, the threshold cracks fully, the door opens, and the dreamer wakes. Holmes was silent for a long moment, his mind racing through possibilities, consequences, rational explanations that grew, increasingly strained against the evidence before him. And what then? He asked finally. When it wakes, what happens to London, to the world? The 3 exchanged glances. We don't know, the woman admitted. The myths are unclear. Some say the waking of such entities brings about fundamental change in reality structure. Space, time, consciousness itself reorganizing according to the dreamer's nature, rather than our limited perception. Some say it would be apocalyptic, the city collapsing, madness spreading, the rational world we've built crumbling before truths too vast for human minds to process. Others say, she paused, searching for words, others say it would be transformation, evolution, the next step in consciousness, forced upon us by exposure to something infinitely older and stranger than humanity. So you don't actually know if this is catastrophe or enlightenment you're courting, Holmes observed dryly. No, the clerk admitted, but we know it's inevitable. The threshold has been weakening for decades. London's expansion, the underground railways, the constant excavation and construction. We've been pressing against it without knowing, thinning the barrier through sheer industrial persistence. The dreams have grown stronger, more people affected, more minds touched by what sleeps below. With or without our 7 sleepers, the threshold will eventually break. We're simply hastening the inevitable, ensuring we're present when it happens, that someone will witness and perhaps understand. Holmes began to pace, his long strides carrying him along the edge of the chamber, his mind assembling the evidence into theories, testing each against logic and experience. A vast entity beneath London, predating civilization, communicating through dreams, sealed by ancient peoples who recognized the danger. The seal weakening as modern London dug deeper, built heavier, pressed harder against the barriers between worlds. It was mad, impossible. Every rational principle Holmes had built his career upon screamed against it. But the door was warm. The vibration was real. The crack was fresh and growing. And 6 people had encountered something down here that had either killed them, changed them fundamentally, or trapped them in states between waking and sleeping. The tunnels beyond the door, Holmes said, stopping his pacing. You mentioned bodies. Agnes Fletcher, the first sleeper. Can you show me? The believers hesitated. Mr. Holmes, the passages beyond the door are unstable. Not structurally, the rock is solid, but mentally. The dreamer's presence is stronger there, concentrated. To go beyond the threshold is to risk what happened to Agnes, to Thomas Markham. Your mind would be exposed to something human consciousness wasn't designed to process. The dreams would become overwhelming, inescapable. You might not come back, or if you did, you'd be changed, carrying pieces of the dreamer with you forever. Nevertheless, Holmes said, his jaw set with stubborn determination, I need to see. If this is real, if there are truly people trapped in some liminal state beyond that door, then perhaps they can be recovered. And if this is elaborate delusion, shared psychosis brought on by underground gases or some environmental factor, then examining the source might reveal the true cause. The 3 looked at each other, some silent communication passing between them. Finally the woman nodded. We'll take you as far as we've gone. But Mr. Holmes, understand, beyond this point you risk your sanity. Your rational mind, your certainty in how the world works, all of it becomes negotiable. The dreamer doesn't attack. It doesn't threaten. It simply exists so profoundly, so vastly, that exposure to it rewrites human consciousness like fire rewrites paper. What emerges may look like you, but it won't be. Not entirely. Noted, Holmes said crisply. Now shall we proceed, or shall we stand here cataloguing my potential doom indefinitely?" The clerk produced a second key, this one older, cruder, clearly fashioned by hand rather than professional locksmith. He approached a section of wall beside the great door, running his fingers along the stone until he found what he sought. A small depression, barely visible, shaped to receive the key. He inserted it, turned, and a section of wall swung inward with a grinding sound that spoke of mechanisms ancient and unused. Beyond lay a passage, narrow and low, forcing even the believers to stoop. The walls here weren't smooth, but rough, showing chisel marks and tool scars from whoever had carved them. Roman work, Holmes thought, recognizing the methodical precision. The passage ran parallel to the great door, then branched, splitting into multiple tunnels that dove deeper into the earth. "The Romans found this chamber," the clerk explained, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space. "We think they were mining, following veins of some mineral, when they broke through into the tunnels. Their records, the fragments we've found in various archives, speak of a temple of the sleeping god beneath Londinium. They sealed it immediately, executed the miners who'd seen it, and built the temple to Mithras above as a sort of spiritual barrier. But they couldn't completely abandon it. Someone had to maintain the seals, monitor the threshold, ensure the old warnings were remembered. So they created a secret priesthood, passing the knowledge down through generations. They descended through the Roman tunnel, their torches casting wild shadows on walls that grew increasingly covered in inscriptions, Latin prayers, geometric symbols, mathematical equations attempting to quantify the unquantifiable, and everywhere, that same warning repeated in every language that had ruled this island: let the dreamer sleep. The passage opened into another chamber, smaller than the one holding the great door, but no less unsettling, and there, in the centre, lay Agnes Fletcher. She was arranged as if sleeping, her body positioned with obvious care, hands folded across her chest, eyes closed. But she'd been dead for weeks, and London's underground damp should have begun its work of decomposition. Instead, she looked peaceful, preserved, as if she might wake at any moment. Her lips moved constantly, forming words without sound, and her eyes, though closed, moved rapidly beneath the lids, the motion of a REM sleep, of dreaming. Holmes knelt beside her, checking for pulse, respiration, any sign of life. Nothing. She was dead by every medical measure. And yet the lips moved, the eyes darted, and when he placed his hand near her mouth he felt breath. Impossible, phantom breath from lungs that no longer functioned. "She's still dreaming," the woman whispered. "Her body died, but her mind went into the dreamer, and it won't let go. She exists there now in whatever space the dreamer occupies, and it uses her, speaks through her sometimes, showing us pieces of what it knows. The maps we drew, the deeper passages, Agnes told us about them, speaking in Sumerian through lips that shouldn't move." Holmes examined the body with clinical detachment, noting the absence of rigor mortis, the preserved state of the flesh, the impossible continuation of neurological activity. It violated everything he knew about death, about biology, about the clear line between living and dead. This woman existed in some third state, neither alive nor properly deceased, her consciousness trapped in dimensions his rational mind couldn't properly conceptualize. "The others?" he asked, standing. "Deeper. The passages branch, descend to different levels. William Pence we found 2 levels down, arranged like Agnes, still dreaming. James Croft went deeper still. We hear him sometimes, through the stone, speaking in voices that aren't human, describing things that don't exist in any geometry we understand. And the other 2, the clerk shook his head. We don't know. They went beyond where we dared follow, into passages that twist in ways that defy mapping, where the rock itself seems to shift when you're not looking directly at it." Holmes's mind worked furiously, attempting to fit this into some framework that made sense. Shared delusion, he thought. Environmental factors causing synchronized hallucination. Underground gases, carbon dioxide, methane, radon, known to cause altered states of consciousness. The believers had exposed themselves repeatedly, their minds gradually succumbing to toxicity they interpreted as mystical experience. But Agnes Fletcher's impossible preservation argued against that, as did the heat of the door, the precision of the cuneiform inscriptions, the correlation between the maps drawn by separate individuals who'd never met. The evidence pointed inexorably, towards something his rationality couldn't accommodate, that beneath London something genuinely impossible existed, something old and vast and dreaming. A sound echoed through the passages, footsteps, rapid and urgent descending from above. The believers tensed, and Holmes's hand went to his revolver. Moments later, a figure emerged into the torchlight, breathing hard, eyes wild with urgency. It was Watson. "Holmes," he gasped. "Thank God. I followed your trail from the church, found the passage. You need to come back, now. The sleeper, Thomas Markham, he's—" Watson paused, struggling for words. "He's waking. Not fully, but enough to speak coherently. And Holmes, what he's saying, we need to stop this. We need to stop them before—" The chamber shook, not violently but definitively, as if the earth itself had shifted in its sleep. Dust fell from the ceiling, and the torches flickered. The vibration Holmes had felt through the door intensified, the rhythm speeding up from 6 beats per minute to 7, then 8. "The threshold," the clerk breathed, his face gone pale. "It's accelerating. Something's changed. The equation—" Another tremor, stronger this time, and from deeper in the tunnels, from passages that descended beyond sight or reason, came a sound. Not the low vibration from before, but something more defined, more intentional. Almost like words, if words could exist in frequencies below human hearing, felt rather than heard, comprehended by the nervous system rather than the ear. Agnes Fletcher's eyes snapped open. They were wrong. The irises had turned black. Pupil and colour merged into uniform darkness, and they moved independently of each other, tracking things that weren't visible to those standing in the chamber. Her mouth opened, and words emerged. Sumerian, Latin, Greek, English, all mixed together in a stream of consciousness that seemed to come from multiple sources simultaneously. "The 7th descends," she said, in a voice layered with harmonics, as if multiple speakers occupied her dead throat. "The threshold cracks, the seal breaks, the dream that is London shudders, and beneath the sleeping god stirs, turns, opens eyes that have been closed since before your species learned to speak. What wakes cannot be stopped. What rises cannot be sealed again. The city built over my prison, your tunnels and foundations pressing against the walls of my sleep. And now the walls break, and I wake. And the dream you call reality becomes the nightmare it always was beneath its thin veneer of reason." Holmes and Watson stood frozen, witnessing something that shouldn't exist. A dead woman speaking with a voice that came from somewhere impossibly distant, impossibly vast. The believers had dropped to their knees, terror and exultation warring on their faces. "How do we stop it?" Holmes demanded, speaking to the presence inhabiting Agnes Fletcher's corpse. "If the threshold is breaking, how do we prevent the final breach?" The black eyes focused on him, and Holmes felt the weight of attention from something so vast that being noticed by it was like being crushed by an ocean. "Stop," the voice said, and something like amusement coloured the harmonics. "You cannot stop the waking of what dreams. You can only witness, understand, transform. The 7 sleepers are already chosen, already descending, already mine. And when the 7th completes their journey, when their consciousness adds its weight to those already pressing against the barrier, the threshold will shatter, the door will open, and I will rise into the world that has been built unknowingly as my temple, my altar, my stage for the next act of existence." "Who are you?" Watson whispered, his medical mind reeling at the impossibility before him. The eyes shifted to him, and Agnes Fletcher's face arranged itself into an expression that suggested ancient amusement. "I am the dreamer, the sleeper beneath, the consciousness that predates your civilization, your species, your comprehension. The Sumerians knew me and built their warnings. The Romans found me and fled. The medieval monks encountered me and went mad. And now, modern London, with all its certainty and steam and empire, has dug deep enough to wake me, not intentionally, but inevitably. And I have been patient, so patient, sleeping while you built your cities above my chamber, waiting while you forgot the old warnings, gathering strength while you thinned the barriers through your ignorant industry. And now—" The voice deepened, resonated, filled the chamber with presence. "Now I wake, and London will remember what it was built to contain. What sleeps beneath every foundation? What dreams beneath every street? The chamber shook again, harder, and the crack in the great door above extended, branching into a web of fractures that spread across the stone like lightning frozen in rock. Holmes made a decision. Watson, get them out. All of them. Return to Scotland Yard, evacuate the area around Blackfriars if necessary. I'm going deeper. Holmes. No, Watson began. I need to see, Holmes interrupted, his voice carrying absolute certainty. If this is real, if the threshold is truly breaking, then someone needs to witness what's beyond it. Document it. Understand it, if possible. And if it's not real, if there's a rational explanation buried deeper in these tunnels, then I need to find it before this situation spirals into panic and disaster. Mr. Holmes, the clerk said urgently, if you go beyond this point, you won't come back. Not as yourself. The dreamer's presence is too strong in the deeper passages. My mind will cope as it always has, through observation, deduction, and stubborn refusal to accept impossibility without exhaustive evidence. Holmes turned to Watson, and for just a moment his expression softened. If I don't return in 3 hours, seal the passages. Bring in the military if necessary. But whatever you do, don't let anyone else descend. This is my risk to take, not theirs. He took a torch from the wall and strode toward the passage leading deeper, leaving Watson and the believers staring after him, helpless to stop a man determined to walk into the heart of impossible darkness, to confront a god that had been sleeping longer than London had existed. Behind him, Agnes Fletcher's corpse settled back into stillness, the black eyes closing, the mouth ceasing its impossible speech. But her lips continued to move, silently now, counting down in Sumerian, counting the time until the seventh sleeper descended, until the threshold broke, until the dreamer opened its ancient eyes and saw, for the first time in millennia, the city built over its prison. Above, in the streets of London, rain fell softly on cobblestones, and people went about their evening business, unaware that 300 feet beneath them, the foundations of reality itself were cracking. The dream that was their rational, ordered world was about to end, and something older, stranger, and infinitely more terrible was preparing to wake. The passage descended at an angle that defied comfortable navigation, spiralling down through stone that grew progressively stranger the deeper Holmes went. The chisel marks disappeared first, replaced by surfaces so smooth they seemed melted rather than carved. Then the angles changed, walls meeting floors at degrees that made his eyes ache, corners that appeared sharp from one direction but rounded from another, as if geometry itself became negotiable in proximity to whatever slept below. His torch cast shadows that moved incorrectly, lagging behind his movements or anticipating them, creating the unsettling impression that he walked accompanied by versions of himself slightly out of synchronization with time. The air grew warmer, then cold, then warm again, temperature fluctuating without pattern or source. And beneath it all that vibration, steady, rhythmic, faster now than when he'd first felt it through the door above. 9 beats per minute, 10, 11. The dreamer's heart, if heart was the word for whatever organ sustained a consciousness that had slept for millennia, was accelerating, waking. The passage opened into a chamber unlike anything Holmes had encountered in the levels above. The space was vast, cathedral huge, but the ceiling curved wrong, bending in ways that suggested dimensions beyond the 3 his mind could properly process. The walls were covered in symbols, but these weren't carved. They glowed with their own soft luminescence, pulsing in rhythm with that impossible heartbeat, writing and rewriting themselves as he watched. Sumerian script flowing into Latin, Latin into Greek, Greek into languages he didn't recognize, all telling the same story over and over, the story of a consciousness so vast that merely existing near it reshaped reality to accommodate its presence. And in the centre of the chamber, arranged in a circle like the petals of some grotesque flower, lay the sleepers. 4 of them. Not dead like Agnes Fletcher, but not properly alive either. They breathed in perfect synchronization, their chests rising and falling with the same rhythm as the chamber's heartbeat. Their eyes moved beneath closed lids, tracking visions Holmes couldn't see. And their hands, all their hands, moved in unison, fingers tracing symbols in the air, writing equations in nothing, mapping spaces that existed only in the dreamer's consciousness. Holmes approached slowly, cataloguing details with the methodical precision that had served him through countless cases. The sleepers were arranged equidistant from each other, forming a perfect geometric pattern. Between them, drawn in something that looked like ash or ground stone, were connecting lines creating a complex mandala of mathematical and mystical significance. And at the centre of that mandala, carved into the floor, was a symbol he recognised from Professor Ainsworth's translations, Kur Nugiar, the Great Below. "You came," a voice said, and Holmes turned to find a woman standing at the chamber's edge. Not one of the believers from above, someone new, or rather, someone he'd heard of but never expected to meet. Mary Shaw looked wrong. Not visibly damaged or obviously changed, but wrong in some fundamental way that Holmes's perception couldn't quite define. She stood at angles that shouldn't be comfortable, cast a shadow that didn't quite match her position relative to his torch, and when she moved there was a slight delay, as if the message from her brain to her muscles had to travel through something thick and resistant. "Miss Shaw," Holmes said carefully, "Dr. Watson mentioned you'd vanished from your lodgings. I'm pleased to see you're alive." "Am I?" Her smile was sad, distant. "I'm not certain anymore. Part of me is here, standing in this chamber, speaking to you. But part of me is down there," she pointed to the floor, to depths beyond even this impossible room, merged with something so vast that individuality becomes meaningless. "I exist in both places simultaneously, Mr. Holmes, split between the human world and the dreamer's consciousness. It's," she paused, searching for words, "it's like being a book with pages scattered across different libraries. The story is still coherent technically, but reading it requires being in multiple places at once." Holmes studied her, noting the slight translucence at her edges, as if she weren't entirely solid. "How did you escape? The believers said those who descended either stayed or came back changed. You came back, yet you're clearly still connected." "I fought," Mary said simply. "When I felt the dreamer's consciousness reaching for mine, trying to pull me down into that vast ocean of thought, I resisted. Most don't. They welcome it, actually. The relief of surrendering individual awareness, of becoming part of something infinitely larger than themselves. It's seductive, Mr. Holmes. To stop being small and limited and alone, to merge with a consciousness that remembers when the earth was young, that dreams in colours humans don't have names for, that exists across dimensions we barely suspect. But She looked at her hands, watching them flicker between solid and translucent. "I wasn't ready to stop being Mary Shaw, so I tore myself away, and it let me, I think. Curious to see what a human consciousness could do when fragmented between worlds." "The others?" Holmes gestured to the sleepers. "William Pence went willingly. So did James Croft. They're down there now, their consciousnesses fully merged with the dreamer, serving as anchors, I suppose, points of connection between its awareness and our reality. The more minds it touches, the easier it becomes for it to extend its consciousness into our world. And these four," she indicated the sleepers in the chamber, "they're newer, recent descents, chosen by the dreams, guided down into these passages, and now suspended in that liminal state between waking and sleeping, their minds touching the threshold, pressing against it, weakening the seal with their presence." Holmes knelt beside the nearest sleeper, a young man perhaps 25, dressed in a labourer's rough clothing. His face held that same peaceful expression Holmes had seen on Thomas Markham, as if whatever he experienced in his dreams was more pleasant than anything consciousness offered. "Can they be woken?" "No," Mary said softly, "or rather yes, but they wouldn't thank you for it. To wake them now would be to tear their consciousness away from the dreamer's touch. Imagine being shown infinity, being given understanding of how the universe actually works beneath the thin lies we tell ourselves, and then being pulled back into the narrow confines of individual human awareness. It would drive them mad. They're better off as they are, dreaming, serving as bridges, waiting for the threshold to break so they can complete their merger." "The seventh sleeper," Holmes said, standing. "The believers claim 7 are needed to break the threshold completely. Thomas Markham is the 6th, held at Scotland Yard. That leaves one more. Who?" Mary's expression grew complicated, emotions flickering across her face too quickly to identify. "The 7th has already been chosen. The dreams have been visiting them for weeks now, showing them the way down, calling them to descend. They'll come tonight, I think. The urgency in the dreamer's consciousness is building, accelerating. It knows it's close to waking and it's eager, as much as a consciousness like that can experience anything resembling human emotion. "Who?" Holmes pressed. She met his eyes, and in hers he saw something like pity. "You, Mr. Holmes. You're the seventh sleeper. Why do you think the believers were so willing to bring you down here, to show you the threshold? Why do you think I'm here, specifically, waiting in this chamber? The dreamer has been calling you for days. You felt it, didn't you? The pull toward Blackfriars, the urgency to investigate, the compulsion that brought you to the bridge at dawn, to the church, down through the passages to this exact spot. You thought it was detective instinct, deduction. But it was the dreamer's call, reaching into your consciousness, guiding you down to where it waits." Holmes felt something cold settle in his chest, his mind racing back through the past days, examining his own motivations with the critical eye he usually reserved for suspects. The telegram from Scotland Yard had arrived at 4 a.m, but he'd been awake already, standing at his window staring toward the river, feeling an inexplicable urgency to go to Blackfriars. The investigation had felt inevitable, each step leading logically to the next. But beneath that logic, had there been something else? Some subtle influence guiding his deductions, his choices, his path down into these impossible depths? "No," he said. But even to his own ears the denial sounded hollow. "You're perfect for it," Mary continued, her voice gentle, sympathetic. "A mind like yours, brilliant, curious, relentlessly logical, is exactly what the dreamer needs. It doesn't want mindless devotion or mystical acceptance. It wants consciousness that questions, that investigates, that refuses to accept impossibility. Because when a mind like that finally acknowledges the dreamer's existence, finally accepts what sleeps beneath rational London, the transformation is more complete, more useful." Holmes backed away from the sleepers, his mind working furiously to find some flaw in her logic, some alternative explanation. "If the dreamer wants me, why hasn't it simply taken me? I'm here, in its domain. If it has the power to invade dreams and influence thoughts, why not simply overwhelm my consciousness?" "Because that's not how it works," Mary said. "The dreamer doesn't attack or force. It offers, shows, reveals. It presents truth too vast to ignore, and consciousness either accepts or breaks. You have to choose to descend, Mr. Holmes. Choose to surrender your individual awareness in exchange for merger with something infinitely greater. The threshold requires willing participants, minds that open themselves to the experience rather than having it forced upon them." She gestured to the chamber's far side, where another passage descended, this one different from all the others. It didn't spiral or curve, but dropped straight down, a shaft so deep that Holmes's torchlight couldn't find the bottom. And around its entrance, carved in stone, were instructions in multiple languages. The final descent, the seventh path. Come willingly or not at all. "That passage leads to the dreamer's chamber," Mary said, "not the threshold. That's still sealed, still holding, though barely. This leads to a viewing chamber built by the Sumerians who first encountered it, allowing chosen priests to stand in its presence without fully merging. If you descend, you'll see it, understand what it is, and then you can choose, return to the surface, seal the passages, pretend this was all elaborate delusion, or," she paused, "or complete the seventh descent. Add your consciousness to those already touching the threshold, break the seal, and witness what happens when a god that's been sleeping for 5,000 years finally opens its eyes." Holmes stood at the edge of that vertical shaft, looking down into darkness that seemed to have weight, substance, intention. Every rational instinct screamed at him to reject this, to climb back to the surface, to seal these passages with concrete and explosives and the full weight of Victorian engineering. But beneath the rationality, beneath the lifetime of deduction and logic and careful thought, something else stirred: curiosity. The same quality that had driven him to become a detective, to solve impossible puzzles, to peer into darkness that others fled from. What if it was real? What if everything Mary Shaw said was true, and beneath London's rational streets something genuinely impossible existed? Could he walk away without knowing? Could he climb back to the surface and spend the rest of his life wondering what he might have seen if he'd only had the courage to look? 3 hours, he said quietly, checking his watch. I told Watson 3 hours. That leaves me 90 minutes before he comes looking or seals the passages. Time moves strangely down there, Mary warned. What feels like minutes might be hours, or vice versa. The dreamer exists partially outside temporal sequence, and proximity to it disrupts normal causality. You might descend and return to find days have passed, or descend for what feels like hours and emerge to find only seconds elapsed. Noted. Holmes secured his torch to his belt, tested the rope he'd brought from the church, and approached the shaft. There were rungs carved into its sides, a ladder descending into that weighted darkness. Ancient rungs, worn smooth by the hands of Sumerian priests and Roman surveyors and medieval monks, all drawn down by the same terrible curiosity that now pulled at him. He looked back at Mary Shaw, at her fractured existence, her fragmented consciousness split between human and something vaster. "If I don't return, tell Watson—" "You'll return," she interrupted. "The question is what you'll be when you do. Whether you'll still be Sherlock Holmes, brilliant detective of Baker Street, or whether you'll be something else, something more, something that remembers being human but exists in spaces human consciousness wasn't designed to occupy." Holmes nodded once, then began his descent. The shaft was deep beyond any rational construction, carved through stone that showed no tool marks, no evidence of human excavation. It simply existed, as if the rock had opened itself willingly, making space for something that required depth, darkness, pressure. Holmes counted rungs as he descended, 50, 75, 100, his torch, illuminating only a few feet in any direction, the darkness above and below equally absolute. The vibration grew stronger with each rung, the rhythm faster now, 15 beats per minute, 20. The stone hummed with it, the frequency building until Holmes felt it in his teeth, his bones, the base of his skull. And beneath that physical vibration, something else, a presence, a vast attention focusing on him, curious, welcoming, eager. At 300 rungs, the shaft opened into a chamber and Holmes stepped off the ladder onto a floor that felt wrong beneath his boots, too smooth, too warm, slightly yielding as if the stone itself was somehow organic. He raised his torch, and the light revealed something his mind struggled to process. The chamber was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, its ceiling a dome that rose into darkness. The walls were covered in the same luminescent symbols as the chamber above, but here they moved more obviously, writing themselves in real-time equations and poetry and warnings, flowing across the stone like water, changing languages, changing meanings, responding to his presence by attempting to communicate in forms his consciousness might comprehend. And in the centre of the chamber, set into the floor like a window, was a sheet of something transparent, crystal, glass, or material that predated both. Through it, Holmes could see down into the space beyond, the chamber the Sumerians had sealed, where the dreamer slept. He approached slowly, each step requiring conscious effort, fighting the urge to flee back to the ladder, back to the surface, back to a world where such sights weren't possible. The transparent floor extended over a space so vast that his torchlight couldn't find its edges, and in that space, surrounded by darkness that seemed sentient, something moved. It wasn't a creature in any sense he understood, wasn't a god in any theological framework. What Holmes saw, spread across the chamber below like a landscape made of consciousness itself, was something that defied every category his mind possessed. Vast beyond measure, organic yet not biological, thinking yet not possessing anything resembling a brain. It existed in that sealed space like an ocean of awareness given quasi-physical form, the dreamer. Parts of it seemed solid, rock-like, ancient beyond calculation. Other sections flowed like water or mist, shifting forms without pattern, and throughout, threaded like veins through meat, were passages of pure light, neural pathways perhaps, or the equivalent in a consciousness that operated on principles utterly alien to human neurology. It pulsed with that same heartbeat rhythm, the entire mass contracting and expanding, breathing despite having no lungs, living despite defying every definition of life. And it was beautiful. Terribly, impossibly beautiful in ways that made Holmes's eyes water, made his throat constrict with emotions he had no names for, the sheer presence of it, the reality of standing above something so vast and ancient and strange, overwhelmed his careful rationality, his skepticism, his lifetime of logical thought. This was real, undeniably, impossibly real. The dreamer's surface rippled and symbols appeared across it, the same cuneiform script that marked the stones of Blackfriars, the walls of these chambers, the drawings of Thomas Markham. But here they weren't carved or written. They formed naturally, as if the dreamer's very substance organised itself into language when it needed to communicate. Holmes read them, Professor Ainsworth's translations echoing in his mind. You see, you understand, you know truth now. The sleep ends, the dream continues. Join, merge, become. And God help him, he wanted to. Standing there above that vast consciousness, feeling its presence like gravity pulling at his thoughts, Holmes understood the seduction Mary Shaw had described. What was individual human awareness compared to this? What were his cases, his deductions, his small brilliant moments, compared to existing as part of something that had witnessed the birth of civilizations, that dreamed in dimensions beyond space and time, that knew secrets the universe kept from ordinary consciousness? He could step forward, break the transparent barrier, drop down into that vast ocean of awareness, and let himself dissolve into it, his consciousness preserved but transformed, individual yet merged, small yet part of something infinite. The seventh sleeper, the final piece needed to crack the threshold and let the dreamer wake fully into London's rational world. His foot moved forward without conscious decision, drawn by that terrible gravity, then stopped. Holmes's hand went to his pocket, finding the object he'd carried there for years. Watson's old service revolver, returned after Afghanistan, carried as protection against London's more mundane dangers. He drew it now, feeling its weight, its solidity, its representation of everything human and limited and definitively unmerged. "No," he said aloud, his voice echoing strangely in the chamber. "I see you. I acknowledge you exist, but I don't join you." The dreamer's surface rippled again, symbols forming faster, more urgently. Why refuse? Why choose limitation? Why remain small when vastness offers? "Because," Holmes said, backing away from the transparent floor, from that terrible gravitational pull, "I am human, limited, mortal, finite. And those limitations, those boundaries, are what give my existence meaning. To merge with you would be to cease being Sherlock Holmes. I'd become something else, something greater perhaps, but something that has lost what makes me myself. And I'm rather attached to being myself, thank you." He turned from the window, from the dreamer's presence, and the effort felt like tearing himself away from a magnetic field, fighting against forces that pulled at his consciousness with the same insistence that gravity pulled at his body. The symbols on the walls blazed brighter, more insistent, cascading through languages, trying to find some combination of words that would convince him, that would make him understand the gift he was refusing. But Holmes climbed back to the ladder, gripped the rungs, and began ascending. The climb felt endless, fighting not just gravity but the dreamer's attention, its curiosity, its genuine incomprehension at being refused. The vibration around him intensified. 25 beats per minute, 30, the dreamer's frustration manifesting as physical phenomenon. The shaft shook, dust falling from above, and Holmes climbed faster, urgency replacing his earlier careful descent. He emerged into the chamber of sleepers, gasping, his legs trembling from effort and reaction. Mary Shaw stood where he'd left her, her expression unreadable. "You refused," she said, and he couldn't tell if it was statement or question. "I refused," Holmes confirmed, moving past her toward the passage leading up. The threshold remained sealed. The dreamer remains sleeping, and it will stay that way if I have anything to say about it. "But you won't," Mary said sadly. "The believers will find another seventh, or the dreamer will simply wait, continuing to grow stronger as London digs deeper, builds heavier, thins the barriers through ignorant persistence. You've delayed it, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps by days, perhaps by years, but you haven't stopped it." Holmes paused in the passage entrance, looking back at her fractured form. "Then I'll seal the passages, collapse them utterly, bury this place so thoroughly that no one can find it again for another 1,000 years. The Sumerians tried that, the Romans tried that, The medieval monks tried that. London keeps digging, Mr. Holmes, keeps expanding downward, outward, pressing against the very boundaries you'd establish. You can't seal what the city itself conspires to reveal. He had no answer to that, so he simply turned and climbed, ascending through passages that fought him now, angles shifting, geometry becoming treacherous, as if the tunnels themselves were trying to keep him below. But he'd memorized the path, counted his turns, noted landmarks visible even in failing torchlight, and his detective's memory served him now as it had in countless cases. He emerged into the Roman chamber to find Watson waiting, revolver drawn, his face tight with worry. "Holmes? Thank God. You've been gone 2 hours. I was about to descend with the constables, and damn the consequences." 2 hours? Holmes checked his watch, noting that by his reckoning only 40 minutes had passed. Mary had been right about time moving strangely in the dreamer's proximity. "We're leaving," Holmes said firmly. "Now. And when we reach the surface, I'm recommending this entire area be sealed. Not just the church, the whole block, concrete, steel, whatever it takes to ensure no one descends these passages again." They climbed together, Watson asking no questions, sensing his friend's state wasn't conducive to interrogation. The believers were gone, fled, or hidden, their purpose thwarted by Holmes's refusal to complete the 7th descent. They emerged into St. Anne's Blackfriars as dawn light filtered through the boarded windows, the church's abandoned nave feeling like sanctuary after the impossible depths below. Inspector Lestrade waited outside with a dozen constables, his expression grim. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, we need to get you both to Scotland Yard. The sleeper, Markham, he's waking, properly waking, and what he's saying." They travelled through London's morning streets in silence, Holmes staring out the carriage window at the rational city going about its business, vendors calling wares, cabs rattling past, people living ordinary lives blissfully unaware of what slept beneath their foundations. How long could that ignorance last? How long before another investigator followed the same trail, made the same descent, faced the same choice he'd faced and chose differently? At Scotland Yard, Thomas Markham sat upright on his cot, eyes open, lucid, but changed in ways that echoed Mary Shaw's wrongness. He spoke when they entered, his voice carrying harmonics that suggested multiple speakers. "You refused," he said, and it wasn't quite accusation, more observation. "The dreamer showed me your choice, respected it even in its way, but you only delayed, Mr. Holmes. The threshold weakens daily, London presses down constantly, and eventually someone will complete what you refused. The 7th will descend, the seal will break, and the dreamer will wake." "Then we'll be ready," Holmes said firmly. "Every entrance will be sealed, every passage mapped and blocked. The knowledge will be preserved but protected, given only to those who understand the necessity of keeping the threshold intact." Markham smiled sadly. "You still think in terms of seals and barriers, physical solutions to metaphysical problems. But the dreamer doesn't need open passages, Mr. Holmes. It has the dreams, and it's patient. So patient. It's been sleeping for 5,000 years. It can sleep 5,000 more if necessary, sending its dreams out to any consciousness that sleeps above it, slowly gathering believers, gradually thinning the threshold through accumulated belief rather than physical descent. You can seal every tunnel, block every entrance, but you can't seal human sleep. You can't prevent dreams." Holmes had no answer to that because it was true. The dreamer's greatest weapon wasn't its vast consciousness or its ancient power. It was simply time. Infinite patience combined with the certainty that humanity would eventually, inevitably, dig deep enough, believe strongly enough, weaken the threshold sufficiently through sheer accumulated pressure of progress and curiosity. But that was a problem for another day. For now he had immediate tasks: sealing the church, documenting the passages for those who would guard them after he was gone, ensuring that Thomas Markham and any other affected individuals received care rather than imprisonment or execution. The following days passed in a blur of activity. The church of St. Anne's Blackfriars was purchased through intermediaries, its passages filled with concrete by engineers sworn to secrecy. The believers were found and offered a choice: submit to monitoring and agree to cease their activities, or face indefinite detention. Most chose the former, understanding that their God could wait, that their mission required patience equal to the dreamer's own. Mary Shaw vanished entirely, her fractured consciousness perhaps finding some accommodation between worlds. Thomas Markham recovered enough to return to ordinary life, though he never spoke of what he'd experienced in those depths, carrying the knowledge silently like a wound that had healed, but never quite stopped aching. And Holmes. Holmes returned to Baker Street, to his chemical experiments and his violin, and his cases of theft and murder and ordinary human darkness. But some nights, when sleep eluded him, and he stood at his window staring toward the river, toward Blackfriars, he felt it. That subtle pull, that invitation. The dreamer reaching up through 300 feet of rock and earth and sealed passages, touching his consciousness gently, reminding him of what he'd seen, what he'd refused, what remained waiting in the darkness below. Watson found him there one night, weeks after the case had closed, standing motionless at the window while the city slept. "Still thinking about it?" Watson asked quietly. "Always," Holmes admitted. "It's there, Watson, real and impossible and patient, waiting beneath our rational city, sending its dreams up through the stones, slowly, inevitably working toward the moment when the threshold finally breaks and it wakes into our world. Can it be stopped? I don't know. Perhaps, perhaps not, but it can be delayed, guarded against. Each generation can choose to maintain the seals, to respect the warnings, to remember why the ancients buried it so thoroughly. That's all we can do. Remember. Warn. Maintain vigilance against the day when someone forgets, when belief overcomes caution, when the seventh sleeper finally completes their descent." Watson joined him at the window, both men staring out at London's sleeping streets, at the bridge barely visible through the fog, at the river moving eternally beneath it all. "Do you regret refusing?" he asked. "Refusing to merge? To become part of something so vast?" Holmes considered the question seriously, as he considered everything. "No," he said finally. "I saw truth down there, Watson. Genuine, undeniable truth about what exists beneath the surface of our rational world. But I also saw the cost of accepting that truth fully. To merge with the dreamer would be to lose what makes me human. The limitations, yes, but also the individuality, the particular consciousness that is Sherlock Holmes, rather than some fragment of something infinitely larger. I prefer to remain myself, limited but whole, rather than become something greater but fundamentally changed." "That's very philosophical for you," Watson observed with gentle humour. "The dreamer inspires philosophy," Holmes replied, "along with terror, wonder, and the unsettling certainty that beneath our cities, beneath our certainties, beneath everything we think we know about reality, there are older truths waiting, sleeping but not dead, patient but not passive, and one day, perhaps when London has finally dug deep enough or believed strongly enough or simply pressed down hard enough on the barriers we've built." He trailed off, the thought too large to complete. "Then what?" Watson prompted. "Then the dream that is our rational world ends," Holmes said quietly, "and something older, stranger, and infinitely more terrible wakes to take its place. But that's a problem for future generations, Watson. Our task is simply to delay that moment as long as possible, to maintain the seals, to remember the warnings, to ensure that when the next curious investigator feels the dreamer's call and descends into those passages, they have the knowledge to make the choice I made, to see truth without surrendering to it." They stood together in companionable silence, watching London sleep above the thing that slept beneath it, two rational men maintaining vigil against impossible darkness, knowing their watch was temporary but necessary, that the struggle to keep ancient truths sealed was eternal but worth fighting. Below, in passages filled with concrete and sealed with steel, in chambers where symbols still glowed faintly through their burial, in depths that would remain hidden for years or decades or perhaps centuries, the dreamer continued its patient sleep. Its consciousness touched the minds of those who slept above it, sending dreams of depth and darkness, of thresholds and awakening, gathering believers slowly, inevitably, with the patience of something that measured time in millennia rather than years. The seal held, the threshold remained intact, the door stayed closed, for now. And in the small hours before dawn, when London's sleep was deepest and dreams moved most freely through the boundary between consciousness and unconsciousness, the dreamer turned in its ancient slumber and sent its visions upward, searching for the next mind that might hear its call, the next consciousness that might descend, the next possible seventh sleeper who would complete what Sherlock Holmes had refused. The city breathed above it, unaware and sleeping, while beneath, something vast and patient dreamed of waking. And the threshold, despite all efforts to strengthen it, continued its slow, inevitable weakening, one dream at a time, one sleeper at a time, one generation at a time, counting down the years or decades or centuries until the seal would finally break and the door would open and the dreamer would rise into the world that had been built unknowingly as its temple and its stage. But that moment had not yet come. The seal held. London slept peacefully, its citizens dreaming ordinary dreams, untroubled by visions of depth and darkness. And in Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes finally turned from his window, set aside his vigil for the night, and sought the limited, human, blessed sleep that came without visions of ancient gods or threshold equations, or the terrible choice between remaining small and becoming part of something infinitely vast. He slept. The city slept. The dreamer slept. And for one more night, at least, the dream that was rational London continued, secure in its ignorance, peaceful in its sleep, blissfully unaware of what waited, patient and eternal, in the darkness 300 feet below. The silence that remained was not the silence of ending, but of waiting. And in that waiting, London dreamed on. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're unwinding beneath the calm night sky of Tallinn, the gentle ocean air of Phuket, the warm glow of Buenos Aires, or the peaceful silence of Reykjavik. If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in quiet comfort. Let the night hold you softly. Let your thoughts drift free. Let your dreams unfold like slow, quiet stars. Sleep deeply now, wherever you are in this vast and wondrous world.